On the road, trying to get this thing straightened out as usual. Make sure we're lit up and working. What the hell's going on today? Hold on, guys. Making me big mad today. Hi Shimei, how you doing? Ooh, we're just on the YouTube tonight. We're not on the Prism. Until they get their shit squared away. How you doing, Brian? Right now they're just, this Chrome is just too much of a mess. Hey Sarah, how you doing? This Dick's got his car so far in my driveway here. Jeez. Wish these people would be a little more considered when they park. Yeah, I'm doing okay. It's been a little rugged the last 2 days, but it's on track, Brian. Thank you. It's on track. So now tonight I'm only going to get 2 lines of chat on here because I've enlarged the size of the chat, so it's easier for me to read. So moderators, you'll have to be a little more on your toes tonight. We don't have the anti-spamming setup and all that, so alright, I will be back in a minute. Let's see if we can get this. It's more important. I think we plug this into here, make sure that's running for a couple minutes. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. So just remember, I'm only going to be able to see one line at a time here. A couple lines due to the fact that I enlarged the size of the chat. Hi, Charles. How are you doing, sweetie? Good to see you. Hi, Cindy. Kitten Cat, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're having a good day. I'm doing good. I'm glad you are. I've had kind of an up. I'm always great in the morning, and then in the afternoon I start lagging. Hi, Lisa. But I'm very pleased at the results that I've had. Next week I should be able to live flat. Hi, Tina. How are you? Good to see you. Hope all the ladies are doing well. All my girls on YouTube here. My beautiful girls. Somebody wrote me overnight, you have so many girls that like you. What's the secret? Well, you know, you never tell, right? Just lucky. I love all my girls on here. Hi, Watch. How are you? Yeah, normally I do a Saturday night, Friday, Saturday night. I don't talk shop, but there's just too much going on, and too many people wrote me and asked me if we could just talk about shit tonight. And I said, of course. You know, things aren't carved in stone, right? How are you doing, High Watch? Good to see you. Glad to be off work. Yeah, well, I like fun time too, Chick. I like fun time too. Come on, Tic Tac. Come on, Kitten Cat. I see you on some of the crazy chats. Come on. Hi, Elaine. How are you? I was having a yard sale. They still do that kind of thing. How are you tonight, Shimei? I think I'm going to try to have some chili tonight. I'm not sure. Hi, Susie. The world's gone mad. The beautiful Charlotte has arrived. Good time to go hide up in the... Yeah. The world's gone big mad, Charlotte. I wish people were like you, Charlotte. You are absolutely, positively like the most level-headed gal. I've met you in person, and happy to say you are so chill. Live and let live. I just love the way you are. You are made right. And I'm just reaffirming that I absolutely love you. Yeah, we watch, I check them out. I don't always comment, but I watch everyone. It's a wonderful person. So I hope everybody's doing good. I don't know what we're doing here. These girls got like some kind of, not girls, they got some kind of super leggings. I don't know if, I'm just going to say if your legs are that skinny, it's not like a really, well, I guess if you're happy, what the hell? If your legs are like uber skinny, I don't, Modern Makers Festival, what the hell is that? Subcontact, yeah, there'll be a lot of innovation. It'll move to the next level. I am going to apply for my permit. There's not going to be a big rush in the county here, but I'm going to be. If I have any resistance at all, I'm going to be a good test case for what the hell's going on. Because this county absolutely hates guns. Except when it's the gangbangers that got them. Go away, lady. Don't bother me. You're always begging for shit. No. Guns don't mind if you hate them. God, I must have given this woman $50 this year. Oh, Lord. Don't mind if you hate them. Have any plans for the weekend? No, I've been recuperating from surgery. That's what I've been doing. So welcome everybody to the chat. Kind of weird to say, Regis, how are you? Kind of weird having this thing. Wow, let's just go right up my nostril. Thing is pretty damn weird. I am so pissed. What you pissed about today, honey? And thumbs up are appreciated if you're coming in. It's going to be a comfortable night tonight. It's 74 degrees right now. I took it easy today. I did cut the lawn out back. I did not feel like I overexerted myself, so I got the rancho looking real nice and good. So I don't feel like I pushed myself too hard. My recovery is like super fast. My pain level is down to about a 3. I've been sleeping comfortably. Sleeping really comfortable. Love your shirt. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, Renee. Punky. I'm only getting 2 lines at a time here on the chat. So it's it's 30 degrees Celsius here. I'm melting. I only really know Fahrenheit. I think 30 is like 88 degrees, something like that. Certain politicians hate an armed populace. There will be less fear when they send out their binoculars. Well, hey, Aptasia, it looks like the nation's coming pretty unhinged. Hey, Haunted, I'm doing pretty doggone good. Thank you. I'm doing pretty good. Much more rapid than I thought it would be. Yeah, thank you, Regis. Much quicker than I thought it would. The protest on took that. Yeah, I saw that. Hello from Portugal. Hello, Jorge. How are you? Nice to have somebody. I know Jorge speaks Portuguese. A lot of Americans are moving to Portugal, Lisbon. Becoming a very popular place for people to move to. I just have lipstick on. I don't worry about a lot of makeup tonight. I'm just taking it easy. The state of the United I'm here for the memes. Yeah, the Untitled States United States has to be. It's got everybody. It's got me worried. But I expected. I told you guys. That this was going to be a hell of a year and a hell of a summer. And it's not going to disappoint. I think we got one more bomb to drop next week. I'm pissed at my daughter's bodies, or not theirs. From what I understood, and this is just my thought. Susie, you don't know what surgery I did? My goodness. I had my rib stapling, and I had some a revision bikini tuck. Everybody, darling of the midway. Hey, Moose Knuckle, how are you? And it's going well. The liberals protecting the state they allow. Well, my thought is that they're trying to they're trying to give more power back to the states. And then it'll be up to the states. Now, if they're too, what would I say, if they're too, too authoritarian in their stringency and start to control every aspect of people's lives, then their state is going to suffer for that, I believe. Oh, no problem, Susie. So that's what I see is going on, that we have a decentralization push to have a stricter interpretation of the Constitution and have things put back to the state level. And then it's up for each individual state to decide how it wants to be. And then those people have to be accountable for the voters. So if you feel like your state's screwed up with what they're doing, then the people will pay a price for that. This drives me crazy. Let me see if I can go into my settings for a minute, guys. Hold on a minute. I gotta see if I can go into my settings and fix this damn thing. Let me see something here. Alright, that looks a little better. Things driving me crazy. I'm just trying to give you, hey Slugwell, I'm just trying to give you my thoughts on what the Supreme Court is doing, and what I think they're saying is, if it's not in the Constitution, then it's going to be pushed back to states to you know, like the Second Amendment is clearly in the Constitution, the right to bear arms, and you know, but abortion is not mentioned, or of course it wasn't even a consideration, I guess, back then. As far as I can see, that's what I think the court is trying to do. I mean, I could be wrong, you know. I just think they're trying to decentralize and reverse federalism that has been rampant since the 60s or so. Hey Nicole, now if it doesn't pan out, and if those people try to be too draconian or tell women what to do, and women will, some measure women will rebel and they will vote people out of office. No, I'm not working right now, honey. I took off this week. I'll start back working again on Monday. I'll be doubling up hours for a few days. So, but the thing to think, I think the thing that, I think that's exactly what they're doing on there. Trying to push things down to the state level again. Hey, Cinnamon, hot. But the thing that's impressed me in looking at social media is that women aren't monolithic. They don't move as a whole. There seems to be quite a lot of women that are quite upset about what's happened. And there's some measure of women that are quite cheered at the decision and things. So I don't think that we can assume that women move as a block, and a lot of men too. So yeah, I always hope for the best. I hope the violence simmers down, because if people perceive that there's something that was done that was wrong, they have a chance to correct that through the election process. And you know, it's not going to be as smooth a ride as I think a lot of people assume it's going to be that are on the conservative side for re-election. One of my mom's friends' grown daughter slept in the bed with her mom because she freaked out. I don't know how seriously people, you know, I mean, you know, they're rioting in LA, and California is one of the most liberal states of all. I mean, what's the point here, right? I mean, seems the violence agenda has been pushed. Well, it's an automatic these days. It's an automatic these days, Susie. When people have something that they don't like, they're going to take to the streets, and they're going to have a lot more things to complain about in the next 2 years. They're going to really be, they haven't even begun to be radicalized. The point is, what's next? What's next is, to me, what's next is what you do at your state and local level, and how you campaign to get the people elected that you want to see elected. And if it doesn't turn out the way that you wanted to, then you have to either live with the results or move to a state that's more friendly. Thinking about beefing me over the next year is frightening. Hey, D Dot, how are you? General, and states right and giving George War stats out slaves. I do and will. Not to attempt to intimidate, which becomes, yeah, it's going to be hard to do that. So, thank you. So again, I just try to just tell you my interpretation of what I think that they're doing on the court without putting any particular bias or spin on it. I think the feeling on a lot of these justices is the Constitution was overinterpreted. It was bent out of shape to accommodate certain wishes and desires, and they're trying to snap that back into more of a strict interpretation of the Constitution. So, one thing you can say is they're not equivocating. Well, Regis, I can't help you, honey. I'm middle of the line, and this is America. This is a reflection of America today. I don't report it. You decide. I just talk about what's going on. Right? I just provide a platform. I try to put some intelligent thought into what they're trying to do and what they're trying to achieve. Hey, beauty. How are ya? Hey, Ginger. So, no, I'm just saying it all comes down to the people that you elect, and the states that are very conservative will have conservative laws and regulations, and the states that are liberal will have very liberal laws. Yeah, we're not going to lose free speech. Oh, thank you, Punky. No, I can't assuage every person that's upset about stuff. It's not my place to. I can tell you that's why being a voter and somebody that actually votes is so critical in this nation, because your legislature determines really what goes on. It's also fun to see happening there, January. Now, of course, that to them it's totally justified. Well, you have to think it's something that stood for about 50 years too, so it's very, it's upsetting the status quo a lot. The southern states are way more for free speech. I have no idea memes about that. Oh, thank you, Dee. But I do know we have civil discourse here, and we're not going to marginalize people for the opinions that they have. I think we got bigger, well, it's an important thing that came down, but we got bigger fish to fry that are going to be coming up here. I think there's probably one more major decision is going to be coming down. I think probably this week. I haven't heard anybody talk about the pushback of Miranda rights and all that stuff. That's something big. Miranda versus the state of Arizona in 1966. What news are you thinking it's coming? It could have something to do with the election of 2020. It's a possibility that there's something there. Could be something major in the way that the elections are run or not run. It saddens me that we're also doing. Yeah, it saddens me too. Not in my lifetime. Well, Regis, what am I going to do? I live in a state where I'm protected by state law. If you're not in a state that protects it, then you need to get legislators to change the law. I mean, the process is there. Now, whether people want to put the work in to do it, that's a different matter. I mean, they come for me anyway, whether you see it or not. I mean, it's not all lollipops and roses in my world. I get a ton of hate on the daily. Just look at some of my TikTok comments are horrendous, and I'm going to come and kill you and all. I mean, I'm kind of used to it. Ooh. Some people don't have the resources, but that's not the state's problem, right? I don't think this will be in this session. The states can't control your ability financially to leave or to stay in a state. I always say if you don't like the way things are run, like I can see things are shifting here in California, that this liberal DA down in San Francisco got booted out of office. Those people suck. Well, I'm just saying, Mag, that's, they come for me on the daily. But all I can do is try to be a nice person, and you know, if I didn't like the way things were, I wouldn't be here. So I think in a lot of states, if some of the electorate feel that the government's pushed too far, then there'll be a big pushback on that. And now they got it, and now they get it. But now your states are going to be going liberal, moose knuckle, and ours are going to be going more conservative. Yeah, I'm able to handle negative. I don't whine and complain. I just try to live by example and treat people well and change hearts and minds, and not be out there with protest signs in people's faces and forcing people to accept me on a, to co-opt everything that it is to be female. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I just roll with it. I'm just here to observe and give some analysis on society and what I think is going on. I mean, everybody's opinion is at least as good as mine, if not better. So I just try to think about what's going on. Oh, what's up, Kyle? If you treat people nice, you'll be exactly. Ooh. And I would say work on your local level to affect change through the people that are elected. Hold them accountable on election day, no matter which side you're on. But there's a lot of women that are, a surprising number of women are very happy about the outcome that came down. There's more voices in opposition to it, but it's not a monolithic community where everybody thinks the same. Sometimes I don't understand all this shit. I just try to think about, what are they trying to do now? Are they out to screw people? Are they out to make the Constitution have less bells and whistles on it, little less stretchy, the Constitution, maybe a lot less stretchy. Yeah, it's crazy expensive in San Diego. Yeah, red states just don't want to board it. They ban drugs in front of them and move there. I'm watching a live and they had two separate fistfights. Do you think it's getting more? Las Vegas is getting much more thuggy. We're down to 100. We're down to 1,000. Pardon me. We're down to like 1,040 feet on Lake Mead. If we get down to 950 feet, then Lake Mead effectively becomes a dead lake, meaning that there's not enough water to drive outflow down the Colorado River. Now, the decline of Lake Mead is happening at a faster pace than people thought it would be. But yet it still looks like it's, at the rate of 20 to 25, you're still about 3 or 4 years away from the really bad finale. Riots erupted all over, yeah. So there's the big problem that they're going to be facing there. Once you hit 950 feet, you cannot drive the turbines anymore. You lose, hey Jerry, you lose the power generating ability of Lake Mead and Hoover Dam, which is considerable because a lot of that power powers Las Vegas. It also powers all the way down to LA and places like that. So that's number one. Number two, the cost of energy to stay cool in a desert environment is going to be astronomical coming up. The power bills are going to be phenomenal. That's nice, Amanda. I'm glad Atlanta was peaceful. It's going to be phenomenal. And number three is with the housing market now crested and turning downward, and the economy turning downward, I would say of all the cities in America, as usual, Las Vegas is in the worst situated place to weather a recession because it's so service based and it's so discretionary whether you need to go to Las Vegas or not. It's not a requirement, right? So people can push it out of their budget and not go. So it's a pretty bad brew for the long term. Pools in Vegas evaporate 6 inches exactly. Yep. Now I will say this, and you need to understand this. What's drawing down Lake Mead is not the pool of Las Vegas, okay? Because truth be told, Las Vegas recycles something like 85 or 90% of their water gets recirculated back into Lake Mead, cleaned, goes through the Las Vegas wash, which Monkey Boy and I went to one night with the waterfall and all that. There's a lot of water going back to Lake Mead. So Las Vegas does a very good job of trying to be water conscious, believe it or not. Okay, but you have a lot of straws in the river. You have Arizona downstream, all the way down to all through there. There's a lot of people sucking out water. So I don't think that the fill could ever be as fast as people are taking it off. Many species extinct, driver, exactly. How you doing? So it could be potentially NH, how are you? It could potentially be what they call a dead lake. When I lived in Arizona, most of the homes were rented one floor. Now they're making a two-space, air conditioning upstairs and downstairs. Yeah. The bills are going to be really tough, and then the, heating and cooling casinos. That's a lot of square footage of hotel rooms. That's a lot of energy. Yeah, plugging in 22. Yeah, all these vehicles every night. So unless we have a really big change in the break in the weather pattern over the Rockies, on the west face of the Rockies, on this side of the Continental Divide, it's going to be a very difficult proposition to fill that up. So I think Las Vegas is in a very difficult situation, being a discretionary city that people don't have to go to, being a city that's dependent on a very limited water resource, although they do have wells that they draw from too, which they have. I think they have multiple ones. They've turned on one now, maybe two of them now, but it's an energy, it just may not be, the desert may not be habitable in the long run. We may reverse back from in the days that they said air conditioning built the South, right? Hey Dave, if it wasn't for air conditioning, would the South be what it is today? Would Florida be? You look at the time of Florida with Ernest Hemingway and the heat and the humidity, it was a pretty rugged population that lived down there. Feeling a lot better, I'm a bit more mobile. Well, good. I've been victory with my newborn. Don't come in here with your trolling. Shemay, if you see anybody coming in here with that kind of nonsense, just please immediately put them out. You wouldn't come into a random chat room and ask people for that. It's amazing. I agree with everything I know about that stuff. Yeah. And I think about the things that you told me. Do you think we must pick a side? Our nation is going to be torn to ribbons, Regis. And it'll eventually be beyond the control of police, and there'll be very authoritarian rule dropped into place, which itself will chafe people and lead to constitutional issues. But that's a bit down the road. But hi, Watch, I thought a lot about what you told me about Palm Springs and how things go with who controls the water. And I would be down there. How you doing, Bailey? I would be down there in Palm Springs, and I would say to Hi Watch, who's familiar with the Southwest of the United States, and well, I would certainly defend myself, Regis, and I have the ability and the wherewithal and capacity to really defend myself. And there's a couple of hot pockets in my cherished microwave. There we go. Hi, Watch. I would tell him, how is Palm Springs so lush? And he's like, you really don't understand here. We have so much excess of water here in Palm Springs. There's so much water coming down here. They literally dump it into the desert. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of gallons a day that are just dumped into the desert down there. Because you look around Palm Springs like, how in the hell is it so lush here? Right? Palm Springs is like the #2 hottest place. Yeah, packing heat, Dion. Yeah, thank you. Palm Springs is like the second hottest place in the country behind Death Valley. So, but it's it's an interesting place, and I've learned a lot from High Watch. I'm very excited at the thought of seeing him in July and hanging out and bringing you guys some more stories. Hey, Alvin, Jim Jones, how are you? Long time no see. Good to see you. How you doing? So. It's just because you were a United States at one time doesn't mean that you always remain united. Lincoln faced this in the election of 1860 with, when the Missouri Compromise started to fall apart, which you would admit one slave state for every free state. The Missouri Compromise started to fall apart. And Lincoln could see the trouble that was coming down the pike. And as he said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And I don't know, hey, Jen, I don't know if we would have the wherewithal to fight a split. I don't know if we would have somebody of Lincoln's gravity and wherewithal to do that. It was 52-40. Yeah, it's a very close thing. PS gets run off in natural springs. They're now capturing as well what they used to use to water the sand. Yeah, Terry, it's strange to me, but I learned a lot from High Watch about the way stuff runs down in Palm Springs. I'm not at liberty to discuss a lot of that because he's, a rather influential person, and he has a lot of history of being involved in what goes on in Imperial County and other places. 6330. I have no idea what it is, Amanda. But will you see changes in legislatures coming up? Yeah, this might have an impact on well, Regis, I love you here, honey. Things will work out. Things will definitely work out. You'll see some movement in legislatures and states. Everything's not all cut and dry. The most powerful thing in America is the vote. Okay, more powerful than the executive branch, more powerful than the judicial branch, because the judicial branch has to, it's like a secondary agent. It has to look at what was done. But if the people by will of vote declare it should be, then it shall be. So I would encourage any of you that are upset about decisions, no matter which way things go, to become more involved with politics and be more involved with canvassing and talking to people and telling people what you think is at stake and all that. Let's see, I just love watching the news. I just watching me 6:30, and then we never had better media of unity. Yeah, how wealthy Bob Hope was. Bob Hope has the most imposing, hey Karen, home in on Santa Rosa's. That's called the Santa Rosa Mountains up there. Uh, just a really big home. We're not chooching today. I'm not really up for a chooch tonight. I'm just taking it easy. I probably overdid it last night. Had a little touch of diarrhea. Right. As the vote becomes corrupted, yeah, that's a problem. That's a situation. But sometimes people will call corruption if they don't like the outcome. We never had that. Even in days of paper balloting and things, we had, when I grew up in Baltimore and first began to vote, we had the big city machines that you would go in and push the levers down, and then you would throw the lever to the left to open the curtain, and it would register your vote in there. And there was never any problem with, sometimes you had malfunctioning machines, but there was a paper tape behind it. Right. Thank you, Points. Yeah, we're gonna have a hell of a summer coming up. So no, I'm not having withdrawal. I had a couple beers last night. No, I don't get withdrawals from beers. No. In talking any of your edibles, yeah, I take one a night, and it's been doing a wonderful job of helping me sleep. My pain has gone from like 9 out of 10 to like 3 out of 10. Now, I'm so super comfortable. I'm so stoked at how fast my recovery has been. I'm hoping when I go back for my follow-up next Wednesday, and I'm dancing around the office, woo, and he's taking pictures, yeah. The other doctor's checking the side and everything. I'm hoping they're going to say, hey, right, instead of another week, you're clear to do whatever the hell you want to do. Woo! I don't think the government should tell anyone what to do with their bodies. Well, they've certainly gone a long way with vaccine mandates and mask mandates, haven't they? Right? It will be though. Yeah, it'll be the will of the people. That's where you affect the biggest change. But as far as government imposing mandates, we have a fine tradition of telling people what to do with their bodies. How many, particularly young men over the years, have been drafted into combat and the government told them what to do with their bodies? Ooh, I had a break. So they put a shot of big staple in it to pull it together. So there's been plenty of times when the government's told people what to do with their bodies. We have a fine tradition of it. I think, let's see, electronic wallets. The jury's still out. I'm not gonna bullshit you guys. I've had a good time trading Shiba Inu, the little meme coin. Has really been doing, I can't even believe it. It's been pretty cool. There's Simon. Yeah, it actually didn't hurt as much as the worst parts where they suck the fat out for the bikini tuck. But there's been plenty of times in history where people have been told what to do with their bodies. Way back with the first drafts, and they had draft riots in 1863 in New York City that were terrible. And they had to call in the army to put it down. These people were just freaking out because Lincoln said it was going to be a 100-day war and it'd be fast and over, and it'd start dragging on to its second year, and they had to start drafting people. Yeah, I did, Dave. Yeah, I'm not selling it, but I'm just saying it just has me a little interested. What kind of dog fits ribs? Orthopedist. When I laid down and it separated, bliss, the only thing that was going to pull it together enough to heal was a staple. Yeah, thumbs up appreciated. Thank you. So I hadn't been able to lie flat for a long time. Simple, quick arthroscopic procedure. Wasn't the same as like a standard fractured rib. Ooh. I'm good, Jacob. Hey, Craig, how are you? Good to see you tonight. Oh, so we'll see what happens. We got more stuff will be coming down the pike. Trust me. It was terrible. I caught a cold at the same time. Left so recovery from operating fight. Oh, wow. Gotcha. I'll remember that crack rib sure bear. Oh, I was in so much pain. And I just kept separating it when I would lay flat. Okay, Lurker. That's why I just beg people, make sure you vote. As much as it might be a pain in the butt. Yeah, Jacob, you're just a troll. So we're gonna send you out. Anybody that's dumb enough to ask that question to go into a chat. So you have a good night. Another dumbbell. That's how you can check out this new band from what I call Wet Leg. Digging them. I never heard of them before. Send me a link to some of their music if it's on YouTube. Well, it says summer's going to be brutally hot. Yeah, just don't vote. Research who you're voting for. You can bet that there's going to be some type of pushback here. There'll be some type of what it's actually going to do is more clearly define America into what we have, a divided nation. We couldn't be, I think, any more polarized. But, you know, we start marginalizing people coming up economically. Raven in a van was here last night. Yeah, if you don't vote, then, you know, you didn't help affect the change that you wanted to see. Whatever way that is. Because I think this court is going to continue to push things down to a state level. A very strict interpretation of the Constitution. If it's not in the Constitution, then there's no wiggle room for them to do anything but just push it down to the state level. So much crime, can't imagine staying in the van, gas so expensive. Van's actually a pretty good place to be. Hello, Daisy. It's actually a pretty good place to be because you have mobility. Run digging with your footing out, keep sending out the positive vibrations. That's what it's all about. That's it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're down to 519.9. We peaked at, we're down to 619.9. We peaked at 659.9. Now, I can't absolutely for sure say that that will be the peak, but I kind of feel like it probably will be because there's too many people that want to pump and produce oil to take advantage of those profit margins. It's too irresistible to people. So I think everybody that can has a stripper well in the U.S. will be pumping away. You like the hat, huh? So I don't know if we're going to go up to a higher level. I actually think deflation is a big enemy of the future. Look at the chart of copper prices. Look at the chart of lumber prices. Right? Look at aluminum. Look at corn prices. Look at wheat prices, soybeans. They've all had really major falls here. So I think, as I said on my TikTok on the economics channel, that the big pivot's going to come. There'll be some cheering and hoo-hawing because people will think inflation has been beaten. When the inflation numbers start coming down, they'll be celebrating and joyful, but then, you know, the damage has already been done. So we'll be turning towards deflation. And that's a much harder thing to solve than inflation. Deflation creates its own vicious spiral. Tell me about it. We grow soybeans. Yeah, they peaked, I think, at about 18 bucks a bushel, something like that. Corn peaked about $8.10. I think we're down $1.50 or at least $1 a bushel. The Brazil corn harvest is huge. So we're not really that divided. It's just a small minority of extreme groups on both sides get the attention. Oh, there's much more crap on the way, Smelly Cat. We popped a major bubble here. And bubbles never go gently into that good night. The ramifications of popping a bubble are severe, especially when you come off a level where we've popped this bubble, where the ability of the government to really react and do anything starts to become more limited. Well, thank you, Regis. I ain't nothing, but I just share my thoughts. Hey, Leia, how are you? Extra layer to this gloomy cake. The extra layer on the gloomy cake will be something that we've not seen in economic times since the 1930s. And that's why I encourage you to be on my TikTok about economics, because I go back in history to the 1930s where people were astounded. There's no way that we had big rallies in the 30s and that people were pro-communist. Oh yeah, hell they were. Look at some of the pictures of Philadelphia in 1935 when tens of thousands of people turned out, and Chicago and New York City with communism and socialism marches, and Hoover was so worried, and Roosevelt, that people were turning towards socialism and communism. That's how J. Edgar Hoover got his start, okay? Remember the, thank you, Karen. Remember the beginnings of the FBI? They were all traced back to not just kidnapping and bank robbing, but also enemies, foreign and domestic. Okay? Right. So Hoover spent a lot of his time tracking down communists and subversives and people that would go into crowds and stir up, throw bricks and get everybody all stirred up. So that's the layer in the cake that's going to be coming up, Smelly, is we have a very spoiled population in this nation that has had government do most everything for it when the times got tough. They're used to government stepping in and having the ability to do things. But the government's ability is going to be very limited in the future. Okay? Because what's happening now, and it's not getting any attention, and it's a much scarier thing. It's a much scarier thing than anything that's going on in the streets with protests, and that's the United States losing its the luxury of having the world's dominant trade currency. That's going to change lives radically here. Okay, because there's a lot of things that we've been able to do because we have had the reserve trade currency of the world. We've been able to inflate at will. The government's been able to print whatever money that they wanted without the consequences that other nations would have, i.e. Venezuela, when they print money, and Argentina, when they print money, 100, 200, 300% inflation rate. And you're just relegated to banana republic status, okay? Yeah, our greenback is under fire. You have meetings going on now, Brazil, Russia, India, the BRICS, right, that are all meeting and working out. China, they're working out a new regimen for trading. Thank you, Blue Oak. That should really be the focus of people's attention. This stuff is a Sunday school picnic compared to the ramifications when you lose reserve currency status and people start like, look at what Israel did. For years, since the birth of Israel, they've only held United States currency and I think gold reserves, and now they're diversifying and moving away from the dollar. Flying housing drove. Well, actually, Bliss, if you checked my community post, you'll see that Barry Sternlicht, the chairman of Starwood, just put 1,000 of his properties on the market. Corporations buying, as I've tried to tell people before, when corporations get involved in what they think is a good trend, it inevitably ends up as disaster. They inevitably mark the top of the market because the biggest money and the stupidest money comes in at the top. Why weren't they buying houses in 2011 when I was? Huh? What suddenly makes housing so attractive here now to them? Oh, because it seems to be the thing to do. Well, we got money to piss away in our treasury. Let's buy houses. It's got to be good investment. My day was fine, Nicole. Thank you. I hearken people back to 1928 and 1929 when banks and investment houses like Goldman Sachs discovered the joys of the bull market of the 1920s. They didn't buy stocks and promote them when they were cheap in 1921 and 1922. But we got into 1928 and 29 when the bubble came. And then all of a sudden, good old Goldman Sachs Corporation, who you guys hold on a pedestal of just, oh my God, Goldman Sachs can just print money like they got money coming out of their butthole, and BlackRock, these guys are just geniuses and stuff. They come in late to the party in 1929 when investment trusts were the big thing, and Goldman Sachs says, this shit's going to go up forever. So we're going to create our own companies that we float on the exchange. It'll take people's money, we'll buy stuff, and we'll have our own little mutual fund listed stocks. So they created something called Shenandoah Corporation. That went really well. People bought the shit out of that. It went up a couple $100. Oh, this is good. Then they said, since that's good, let's do another one. Let's do Blue Ridge Corporation. And at the peak of the market, they come out with two huge investment trusts. And they all end up going down to $5 a share and just basically disappearing. These guys mark the end of moves. They don't mark the beginning. They're no smarter than you and I are, okay? They have the same human nature that we do. They get greedy at tops and they get fearful at the bottom. You should be buying the hell out of houses when everybody's fleeing and bankruptcies are at an all-time high and houses are being abandoned. But they're in there thinking they're going to get screwed so bad. So you tell me why Barry Sternlicht, the chairman of Starwood, which is a big hotel and hospitality company, why is he suddenly unloading a portfolio of 1,000 houses? How about that? Is he just the edge of the wave? Is he just the cutting edge of what's to come? Please don't vest these people with the idea that they're going to make money on the houses they bought. Look at what stupid, the hell was that company? I don't know. The one that tells you your house prices and stuff when you look it up. It's not Redfin, it's another one. I don't know what it is. Zillow. Look at how fast Zillow backed off from buying houses. Real estate and have majors there. Vanguard's, it doesn't matter, Dion. It's the end of the line. It's not the beginning. The trick of investing is buy low, sell high. It's not to buy high and hope that a greater fool comes along. To buy higher. Okay? Because the whole rules of the game changed. The bubble popped because interest rates went up, and you think, well, interest rates will go down, people will be buying again. No. The dominoes have been tipped over. The hot air balloon has been punctured. Okay? Just because you think the conditions are right like they were before the interest rates come down, no. The whole complexion of the market changes. All right. Yeah, Zillow came in and it's like, what a stupid thing. So I believe that BlackRock is stupid. I believe that Goldman Sachs is stupid. That they're buying top price and they're not going to have the people to be able to afford it and buy it. So they're going to end up with the letter to shareholders. Yeah, we took a turn. Wrong, probably, they never admit that they were wrong. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have gotten involved in real estate. Yeah, we were kind of in at the top, and now we got to do all these massive write-downs and all this mortgage debt that we're holding, and right. These guys are going to end up so screwed, it's going to be beyond belief. Believe it. So please don't put these guys up on some type of pedestal that they're all geniuses. Yeah, no, you're idiots. The greater fool theory. How you doing, Donnie? Something's only worth what somebody's willing or able to pay for it. And to buy houses is to assume that inflation is going to continue when all the signs of deflation are starting to set in. Somebody just look at a chart of lumber. Look at a chart of copper prices. It tells you all you need to know. Look at why, if inflation is supposed to be a problem, why in the hell is the 30-year bond only 12 basis points higher yield than the 10-year? 3.12 for the 10 and 3.25 for the 30. Wouldn't you want more compensation for holding a government debt longer term? Isn't the risk greater the longer you lend money that you may not get paid back, so you want a higher rate of interest? Maybe the market's sending you a message there. So that's why I tell you, it's good to think about. Don't listen to what people say, including me. Look at what commodity prices are telling you. Look at what interest rates are telling you. Watch the U.S. dollar like a hawk. That's the whole freaking linchpin. All the bond market sits on top of that. All the property, all the equity market, they all sit on top of the U.S. dollar. And when you have Brazil, Russia, India, China actively working to develop alternative pathways of trade that don't involve the U.S. dollar, you're talking about nations that represent half the world's population there. But I don't hear that on a weekend when everybody's all about, guns and, the abortion. I understand it's important, but you got something else going on that's going to underpin your whole life. It's going to affect your standard of living. It's going to affect what government's able to do. It's going to affect interest rates. You could actually have interest rates rising in an environment of economic weakness, which is unprecedented. I'm doing okay, Nino, thank you. Because the risk of lending is too great. Well, I like that. I'm glad when people disagree with me, Moose. I welcome it because Kit and Kat had me look a little more into Bitcoin and things, and I learned stuff. Don't be so invested in ego that you can't listen to what people say. So I welcome that. But I don't mince words with my opinions. Right? Yeah, it is, Susie. I don't parse my things. I don't equivocate. I just tell you what I think. There's not a lot of people that'll dare tell you what they think because their ego's so big that, my God, if you're wrong, I expect to be wrong. If I'm correct more than half the time, I'm happy. The BRICS is not the invincible armada. Well, it's certainly becoming that. You put China into the middle of that and you got a hell of a powerhouse. There's no denying that. Blue tarps from sea to shiny sea. Yeah, nobody bats 1,000, but I think my record's been pretty damn good over the last, especially year. I've told you about shit that's coming before it lands on the shores of this nation. I told you that we would see things that you'll never seen in your lifetime. And I tell you what, we've only had the opening overture. First 4 notes, do 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 do. All right, we got a whole symphony to sit through. I don't know if I'm smart, but I keep my eyes open, Susie. We don't really know that what was done in Ukraine was not just a trap to just weaken NATO. To the point where Germany's in such bad shape energy-wise, right, that they have to say the hell with climate change and start digging out coal out of the ground and all of that. Right, they're in a huge, the Eastern, Western Europe is fucked. We can't assume that we're just all smart and, we're blessed in the West. There's people that have struggled and suffered as nations for 1,000 years. And you can't help them from having their day in the sun. So now we're going to start screwing with government, right? Let's change the size of the court. Well, it's been done before. The last time was in 1869. Franklin Roosevelt tried in 1937 until his own Judiciary Committee of the Senate reported back and said, this is a really bad idea to do this. This is a slippery slope to go down. And this was a Democrat-controlled Judiciary Committee. And they said, this is a terrible idea. So I just like people to keep their eyes open. There's a lot of moving parts on that. There's a lot of moving parts. It's like a 10-dimensional chess game. With shit going on at every level. And there's people that are bound and determined to bring this nation to its knees. Internally, externally, whatever it takes, because we're not prepared mentally to go through the challenges that we're going to be going through. All empires have a life cycle to them. I think I should be on the court. You probably should, Bobby. You're too sensible to be on the court. How you doing tonight? You have many moving parts, Susie. There's a lot of stuff going on. And I'll tell you, we have binged on credit like no nation in the history of the world. And I think that that free ride is going to come to an end. Yeah, I'm feeling okay, Bobby. I'm always great in the morning. I got out and cut the grass out back, the big lot, and then out front. You're 5 years of working in China. I don't know, you're in from I'm glad. Well, thank you, Craig. It does kind of give you a global view. It gives you an insight into the way other people think in the world. We tend to be very insulated with our own media, and we tend to make America very, our economic solar system, we tend to put America as the sun. And everything else revolves around it. The world changes. Fortunes wane, fortunes wax. It's nice to see you, Bobby. How you doing? How's our battery level? We're not even charged. What the hell? Is that charging? Well, I don't think we need the cooler. Let's take that off. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure, Magda. If I said anything, it would just be a stab in the dark. I want to say like $10,000, something like that. And then, you know, where does it stop? Cancel my mortgage debt. I should get $10,000, right? Ooh, man, no, I'm living the best life. How are you and your children going to live my innings? Yeah. Well, Tony, when you have a nation that is republic, you're going to elect people for electability and popularity and perks and goodies for the electorate. And gradually borrowing becomes something that you should do only in necessity, and it becomes a necessity to do to just keep shit going. Borrow, 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 borrow. $1 trillion deficits, $2 trillion, $3 trillion. It can't go on forever. You think when countries like Japan and China buy United States debt to hold, you think that they like to see their purchasing power diminished? Inflation eat away at that? No, they start to take steps to make sure that they recover the purchasing power of their money. Ooh, well, Dion, we'll just have to wait and see. But we've already had an enormous run up here, and you know, you have to consider what the bad. You see, the problem is, it's like a forest. It has a lot of trees in it, right? But the only trees you're seeing are the ones that we monitor and think are important, which are the British pound, the euro, the Japanese yen. But all of these are they're also very heavily indebted, right? We're all in the same boat. But meanwhile, there's other currencies with very strong reserves, like China, and the Russian ruble's been stronger than hell. Money's flowing into Russia like never before because of the oil prices. There's stuff going on. But you're not getting the view because you're only seeing a few of the trees and not the whole forest. Hey, how you doing, Thomas? Yeah, let's get those thumbs up going. They are appreciated. If nothing else, we express opinions here and we have good discussions. All dressed sharp, heading in and looked at Susie. Hey Noreen, how are you? Thank you, Thomas. I think these talks just get people thinking about stuff. We can't assume that what was is what will always be. It's not the course of history. Yeah, I like the room. I like the people that come in here. They come in here. Now, I know it's the weekend. I don't usually talk shop, but I had so many people writing me. And did you have a smoke this morning from? No, they had a local burn that was going on, a controlled burn, but I didn't smell any smoke. Everything's a mess. Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. So when I see people that are upset about Goldman Sachs buying homes and BlackRock with $10 trillion of assets, I say just wait, watch this. You think these guys are any smart? Yeah, Noreen, rent prices are off the chain. So let me ask you a question. You really think that they can sustain? You really think our economy has the ability to sustain rent prices like that without blowing a gaping hole in the economy, of which hole is already there? Human greed, the natural human nature, is what always gets us into trouble and why we repeat the same mistakes through history. Get people paying those rentals, get people being kicked out, then you have rentals that nobody comes into. I'm gonna pull their USD out of the bank. Went to Michigan, it was beautiful insurance. Yeah, exactly. There's consequences to greed. All throughout human history, there's been terrible consequences. Told her they were asking way too much for an apartment. Exactly. Well, there's going to be more empties. There's going to be people double, tripling up. Extended families again, like there were in the 1930s. People living in cars and things, and the people will be begging, 2 months rent free if you sign, and hey, rent reduction here. There's consequences for greed. A lot of landlords felt like, well, during the pandemic we weren't allowed to get rent out of people, so it's payback time. So they're going all hog wild, but they're their own worst enemy. They shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, 1,200 or more. Well, the government pulls them out, but to pull out, we're going to be paying off people's student loans. People will scream for restaurants are hurting. Will more relief for them? Well, shit, you gave the students $10,000 for their loan. Well, how about every homeowner gets $10,000 of mortgage forbearance? Where does it end? It just ramps up into some spike of just throw everything on there. Throw everything on. One major debt pile. That's what Republic representative government gets you. That's what I say. Who could afford that, Magda? The answer is very few people. So you start killing the market. You start, gee, if a can of soup is $2 now, well, maybe we won't be able to go to the movie. Probably we might not be able to go to Vegas, or we might have to stay at Circus, or what did Rosie call it? The prison industrial motel. No, I'm just not going to go if I have to do that. Yeah, if we go out to eat, the service is lousy. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for speaking truth. Oh, thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. $10 from Nancy. Thank you, sweetie. I don't have the bump, but thank you very much, Nancy. And glad to see you on the chat. Thank you. Any new people on here, always welcome. You may have watched a while, but thank you, Nancy. I don't bury my head in the sand, and I don't mince words. If I'm wrong, you guys will be the first to point it out to me. And I'll say, you know what? I was wrong. But I can't stand it when people, it's like Harry Truman once said when he would ask, his chief economist, he'd ask his economic advisors, what do you think if we do this or if we do that? And the economist would be, well, on the one hand, if we do this, this will happen. On the other hand, that could happen. Finally, Harry Truman, who was one of the most just down-to-earth guys in the world, said, you know what I need? I need a goddamn one-armed economist. That's what I need. I mean, what's the point? If you can't put it out there, it's the way it goes. I don't like people that hedge stuff with bullshit. Either put it out there, be clear, be concise, identify what you think the problems are, try to help people. Forewarned is forearmed. Get yourself some protection. Avail yourself of your constitutional right that has been clearly that's over now. That's over. You'll have some nipping in things and little chipping away here and there, but it's pretty damn clear that you're going to have the right to have arms. Oh, well, thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. Yeah, Kitten Cat's like, woo. Well, it's crystal clear. Might not agree with everything that they do, but they took on a case that they took on cases that just put clear shit out there. And now even the states of California, they have to drop their need basis and ratings on that. Hey, Thomas. Thank you. I don't know about that, but I'm just saying that I just use history as a guide. And take mescaline. Try and hang with Molly Moose and dance all night long. Give another 10 and the gun law could be overturned too. Well, the difference is Roe v. Wade was not ensconced in the Constitution anywhere that the majority of the court could find. They're not looking at imputed rights that may or may not be there. But clearly the Second Amendment delineates, and the only way you're going to get rid of it is by repealing the Second Amendment. The only way you're going to guarantee abortion rights is having an amendment to the United States Constitution that guarantees it. That's the difference. Well, there's some truth in that too, Magda. A court of a different composition may decide differently, yes. That's what leads to a divided nation. When we cease having confidence in our governmental structure. Ooh, you're welcome. Thanks for helping me break into my generator. I do that with my own lawnmower. I change that oil with the first 5 minutes of running. Put fresh new oil in. Those first couple minutes you run a generator are so highly destructive with all the metallic flake coming out and micro metal particles of low lubrication. It doesn't reach every point. Ooh. Oh, well, thank you, Moxie. Well, it's probably inevitable, isn't it? Because people have been trained that the government can do anything, can throw any debt on the pile, and we just lose our ability to solve our problems at the individual and the local level. Well, you know, the courts are designed to shift slowly by design. So, you know, you have a lot of younger people on the court now. They're going to be on there a long time. This court is going to hold sway for 20, long after I'm gone. After gay rights and contraception. I think he's trying to say what's in the Constitution and what's not, and push things down to states' rights to a state level. That, I think, Tio, is the game plan. To defederalize, to take this stuff out of the federal government's hands and push it to the state level. So the states will have to live and die with the choices that they make, and they'll have the population over time that either agrees or disagrees with that. They'll vote the people out or they'll keep the people in. There will be change. But I think the plan is to decentralize the federal government's authority. Push things to a state level. So we'll have a hodgepodge of things here and there. Ooh, well, that's what I'm saying, Magda. We're setting up for conflict here. That's why I tell people be prepared. I'm a realist. Ooh. Hey, Vatakila, how are you doing? Well, Moxie, happy belated birthday. Thank you, sweetie. Big brain, big busted woman. Thank you, Moxie. Wow. Wow. Thank you, sweetie. Woo. That's a nice birthday. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very grateful for that. I'm glad that you get something out of the content. Thank you very much. Yeah, the music is off. We only do that Friday and Sunday night. And I don't usually even talk shop on Saturday night, but there were so many people that, on my messages and things. Well, thank you, Moxie. You're so very sweet. Thank you, honey. That was incredibly generous. Thank you. I'm very lucky. I have so many wonderful supporters in here, and you're going to help me get on the road because it's not going to be all shop. We got fun, we got chooching, and it's coming sooner than you think. And I'm excited about that. And this employees coming back to have more. T.O., you'll see a lot of things going on. No, I'm just, I was out cutting the grass. I probably got a little bit of sun. The only thing is, well, I'm appreciative of that, Dave. I get a bit more than that. Let's make sure that's cool. The last thing I want to do is work at Lowe's this summer, but I usually get with them. Yeah, well, I just think, Craig, you're a worker. You're like Bobby. I don't think Bobby's going to stop working because work keeps Bobby going. It keeps he's got something to get up in the morning and do. It's like me, if I'm going to be doing something. Yeah, all the problems compound, and yet we expect the stock market to go blowing off to some new all-time high. We expect restaurants to fill again, and car dealers to be able to sell cars. The economic landscape is changing. You look at Las Vegas and what a credit economy built. We had people that could credit buy and binge, that sent signals to builders that we need to build high-end shit. We need to have luxury resorts. We need to have luxury places like the Fontainebleau. We need to have luxury places like Resort World and things like that. Who's building to middle America? Nobody. Buffets disappear. Affordable eating disappears because there's too much money around. Now we've already lopped about $4 trillion off of retirement portfolios. Yeah. It's going to have an impact. You believe it. Just the first domino coming down. I don't tell that to worry people. I just tell you because it's realistic. And buffet, I'm like... I used to love buffets, but the quality went down, and they turned into disasters. They turned into dirty utensils and unmotivated employees, and that spread to restaurants. And unless you're sitting down and paying $100 for a meal, or having Salt Bae drop salt down his arm, sweaty, hairy arm onto your tomahawk steak. Nikki, I don't think it was set up for a social divide. I think the pieces have naturally fallen into place from a whole series of decisions that were made that make it look like somebody must have engineered this. In my opinion, we engineered this ourselves through the vote and through the ability of taking advantage of a U.S. dollar that's the reserve currency of the world to inflict our borrowing on other nations. Argentina, right? They're beholden to the IMF. You want to borrow money to stabilize your economy, Argentina, you need to do this. You can't deficit spend. You need to raise taxes. You can't print money. All these other nations have been dictated to them what they can and can't do based on the U.S. dollar. It's mind-blowing. Yeah, that's what I mean, Nikki. It is absolutely, positively mind-blowing. And I don't think it's any New World Order. I don't think it's any Rothschild thing. I think it's just a confluence of an inability to deal with pay-as-you-go on our standard of living through higher taxation and controlling spending. We create a false economy with credit. Yeah. That's why I would say always help other people if you can. That's the morality of the whole thing, is to go against the natural order of dog eat dog and help people. I mean, these are the things that I firmly believe. Good night, Thomas. Thank you. You have a good night. And enough of its own and to be concerned about, yet fearful to let go of global dominance. Letting go and having your fingers removed, having your grip removed are two different things. And anytime we have protests in the street, we affirm democracy, we affirm the right of the people to assemble and to air their grievances, but we also send a signal to the world like January 6th of 2021 that we're kind of losing control. People start scratching their head and thinking, yeah, that's right, Susie, agree to disagree. People start scratching their head. And they start to say, I wonder if the U.S. is losing its edge. I wonder if I should be really there for the long haul. Enough money starts to think about those decisions. And they start to look at things that have stability and nations that have stability, strong economic growth, a lot of social order. People point fingers at China as being a very authoritarian regime, but it keeps people rowing the oars all together. They didn't have the issue when they start barricading people into their apartment blocks in Shanghai. Yeah, you're taking their rights away. But consequently, in like the second largest city in the world, you stopped COVID, which we can't seem to do here. So sometimes it has a bit of a practical advantage of just telling people you're going to do this or you're going to do that. It rubs us the wrong way. But there's a lot of ways that people run a railroad around the world. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, they believe we were the only intelligent life forms. Probably read it. Read this, I love you. My fanny pack, I hope my 45 fits in it. Yeah, I'm gonna put my application in. They'll probably have to waive the, they wanted me to, I told Kitten Cat, I wrote back to Kitten Cat, they wanted me to take 16-hour course or something. Despite the fact I've been shooting since 1978. Ooh, 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 ooh. Mm-hmm. Ooh, 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 ooh. I believe we were the only. Yeah. It's very comfortable today. Gets cold at night. Chilly, 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 chilly. Hi, Mouse Toes. And how mass media affects. Yeah, media has its own agenda to get eyeballs. Right? Media is all about a numbers game. At the end of the day, it's all about ratings. It's all about what we can put on there to get the biggest draw. Just like YouTube. What do we need to put on here? Well, we need to have a lot of drama. We need to have a lot of divisiveness. We need a lot of people being picked on or made fun of or roasted or what's the term they use? Dragged. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, an application, yeah. That's why I always said social media has probably been one of the biggest disasters that ever befell humanity. And I think now China recognized 2 years ago that we have to limit people, young people, they're turning into idiots. And took very aggressive and strong steps to limit and hold parents accountable. Not so we do this. We all into. Ooh, I'm sure, Regis. It's a hell of a big universe. You want to trip your mind out. We all have this idea that we're sitting just static in space. We're not moving. We just envision a sun where planets are just happily moving around. But while those planets are moving around the sun, we're hurtling through space at the same time, spinning and moving. Hope we don't hit anything. Right. Human the bad side of social media. Good night, Moose Knuckle. One more edible. Yay! Social media allowed people to have thoughts that it allowed people to develop ideas of conspiracy. It's one of the things that Obama was correct about in his speech was you fill a central square with crap and people will start to have conspiracy building in their mind. Whether you believe the world is flat or round, 20 years ago it would have been an impossible proposition. Despite the fact that it stays lighter later where I am than down in LA, proves conclusively that the world is round. Or else Los Angeles would have the same sunset time that we do, but we don't. And Alaska would have the same sunset time as we do, but they don't. Such a simple aspect of it, yet people can carry a theory forward that the world is flat. There will always be conspiracy theory nuts, but they grew like crazy because somebody could put an idea out there and people would gravitate to that idea. And now, to draw numbers, everything has to be conspiracy. Nobody dares to say that things can be a natural consequence of a lot of bad decisions over time. Right, Amanda? So now we're devolving. We don't even have commonality of whether Earth is round or not. And we wonder why people are chewing each other's asses off and stuff. Say what you will about limited media, but, there was only so many, there was a lot more journalistic integrity back then than there is today. We don't have a Walter Cronkite today. A little boy and worried about, yeah, even undisputable stuff is open for debate. We didn't land on the moon, and here's the proof about that. I mean, it's like we got to question everything now. That's the thing that's most frightening to me is just development. I'm doing pretty good, Joe. I think my mornings are good. I was rigorous today. I cut the grass and everything. I feel a little bit around 4 o'clock in the afternoon or so. But how are you doing, Joe? That's the scariest thing I've seen in my lifetime is the facts start to become subjective. Thank you, Cindy. I'm getting better. I'm recovering much faster than I anticipated. Yeah, open-minded people are great. Hardcore theorists from social media, exactly. She disbelieves 9/11 in them. Exactly. I say I can't be sure, but the preponderance of evidence, I believe this. I don't believe that everybody always needs to have a motivation to spin a falsehood. What would be the gain? Oh, our government must be against this. I mean, you actually think that there's people that sit in bunkers and spin up stuff? Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, it's how you pass the blame. People must have done this to us. We couldn't have done it to ourselves because it was so subtle over time. It was so delicately, the change was so imperceptible until it became, oh my God, who threw the switch? Which one of these bastards is responsible? Well, we can trace it all the way back to the Great Depression. I just remind people again in 1933, in January of 1933, there was no Social Security, there was no unemployment, there was no disability insurance. There was no Medicare, Medicaid. The size of the United States government was tiny, tiny military. Department of Commerce, sleepy Washington, D.C. was a backwater. The effects of the Great Depression were profound and ever-reaching to this day. In some ways, I would agree that FDR was an outstanding president, because I don't think he would have envisioned or agreed with, the spending policies beyond World War II and things like that. Psychology is so important, and he came in after 3 wretched years and just flipped the switch in people's minds, although there was no magic, there was no cure. Thank you, Ducky. I'm doing better. What started the Great Depression is what started this one. Overconsumption, overexpansion of credit, over-ordering of inventory. None of the ports are backed up anymore. Warehouses are full to the brim. There's too many goods. There's too much shit on the shelves. There's too much stuff, and people's ability to buy it has suddenly been impaired. Just like in 1929. Oh, you're too and a lot of people, let's say, love JFK, but he was a youth. Yeah, he was a good looking guy, yeah. Nixon was just a little too sweaty. It's the same reason that Warren G. Harding became president, because the election of 1920 or whatever it was 1922 or whatever was the first time women were allowed to vote. And Warren G. Harding was just a good looking guy. Terrible president, poker player, drinker, so bad, womanizer. His wife poisoned him with rotten shellfish on an Alaskan cruise to get rid of him. The ultimate playboy. Yeah, the people were a sturdy breed. They hardly even flinched until the banks started to fail, because of stupid Federal Reserve policy of raising interest rates in the teeth of contraction. 1928 and 29. Well, guess what the Federal Reserve's doing right now? Despite the fact Ben Bernanke, the former Fed chairman, who studied the hell out of the Great Depression and said the worst thing was the Federal Reserve raised interest rates in the Depression. We're sorry. We made a mistake. We won't do it again. Oh, yeah? Well, guess who's right back at it now, raising interest rates when housing demand has gone down, demand for cars gone down. Guess who's out there again, set for more interest? Oh, we got to beat inflation. Look at commodity prices, Chairman Powell. Driving forward in the rearview mirror. Don't tell me that people don't. Yeah, here we are. We're not going to, we promise we won't do it again. And guess where we are? We're at the same damn place with the Federal Reserve doing the same shit. And who's going to get the blame? I guarantee you. They're going to say, Federal Reserve, why were you raising interest rates? You knew the housing market couldn't sustain. It was going to implode. I guess Ben Bernanke will write a second volume. We did it. Oops, we did it again, like a Britney Spears song. Don't tell me history doesn't repeat itself. 1929, bubble pops. 2022, 2021, bubble pops. I implore you to be on my TikToks. I don't care if you're on the bikini one, but I do care if you're on the economic ones. Yeah, Brittany. Oops, I did it again. I raised up your rates. I bent you over. I mean, don't tell me that things don't repeat. It's phenomenal. You can make book on it. You can make money in Las Vegas. Comes out, yeah, we're raising interest rates in July. We're going to raise interest rates in September. Okay. Hello, John. They're building houses on the hills of Hawaii. They don't have 6 police on duty overnight. What's wrong? There's a lot wrong with the picture. We're always building to what was, not what will be. Oh, I sold that. That's good, yeah. Well, I don't care about buying or selling because I just bought it as a place to live. I never considered a house as an investment. So no matter what happens to the price, I'm there. It doesn't matter. It's meaningless. Yeah, the Fed has already overdone it. Right? If I'm Powell, I'm looking at copper prices like, holy shit. I'm looking at housing stocks. I'm looking at the price of steel. I'm looking at the price of corn. I'm looking at the price of wheat. I'm looking at the price of a lot of lumber. And I'm saying, woo, woo. Thank you, Steeler Stacker. Thank you. But instead, he wants to level the housing market. Famous last words. So mark my words, once again in a year or two, they'll be saying that the Federal Reserve did it again. Actually, we did it to ourselves with bubbles. What did he said? Half of Americans that make over $250,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck. $250,000 equates to about $190,000 of take-home pay. $4,000 a week disposable income. What the hell are we doing out there? Hey, Kathy. Yeah, thanks. No, it's almost time to start thinking about football season. Everybody's optimistic. Leverage to the hilt, Mouse Toes. Leverage to the hilt. Where you used to say you shouldn't put any more than 25% of your income in housing, and now we're something like 45%. How much margin for error? How much margin for error is when your budget is that tight? No margin for error. What's the temperature? 71. I mean, you know, some people could leverage their life up like crazy. You'd be buying, driving Mercedes-Benz, Beamer, squeezing that monthly payment in on top of everything else so you look good. The smartest thing I heard on TikTok was some guy said, you know, things change when people stop buying shit to impress other people, which happens in flush times, and they start worrying about how they're going to survive. Big difference. We're leaving the era of buying shit to impress people. Nobody wanted to build low-income houses. Despite the fact through history, when you cater to the masses, you live with the classes. No, they wanted to cater to the classes, so they end up living with the masses. Everything has to be high-end. Everything has to be fancy. Live well below your means. Leave yourself some margin for the unpredictable. The same reason Wrigley sold a zillion pieces of gum at a penny a pack. Yeah, that's right. The assumption is that you'll get your moment of glory. Oh, that's a nice F-350 with the big Duramax. Man, that's kick ass, right? What is that, 90,000 bucks? Oh, yeah. Amanda, I love you, says, we know you brought that ProMaster to show off. God, I love you, Amanda. I know you like your weekend, but I got people coming at me from all sides today, so there's a lot of stuff's coming together in the world. Which business newspaper do you think is the best? Bloomberg, by far. They're not always right, but they bring information and it helps me connect dots. And usually they're the first ones to validate what I'm thinking. Buying a new car instead of buying no depreciation, exactly. I think Bloomberg is outstanding. I think the New York Times is great because you may not like the liberalism of it, but you should embrace all thought. You should hear what Paul Krugman says and the opinion columnists and things. You should get as much input. If you sit there all day and you're only on CNN or you're only on MSNBC or you're only clued into Fox, you're not getting a rounded idea about what's going on. Yeah, Bloomberg is great. You don't even have to really subscribe. You just get the headline pieces, which I often clip for my community posts. You're having to have every new model. Yeah, whatever they are, Magda, they have a tremendous following. So it's not, technically, they may not be news, but in fact, people derive their news from it. So it becomes de facto news to people. So it's, for all practical purposes, it's news. Yeah, I still, every day I think about, my screen is cracked now. I got a 3.5-year-old iPhone 10, or not iPhone, a Galaxy S10 Plus. And every day I said to myself, nope, maybe I'll buy the A53. I look at that today, nope. I got to think carefully about shit. Oh, it's like the middle class we quietly wiped out. Because the middle class is a transitory phenomenon. It doesn't exist in the world. Hey, James. Only in this brief period from post-war, there was no middle class in the 1920s. There was the working class, and then there was the rich. There were no suburbs. Okay? It was city life or farming, that was it. Middle class grew because of zero competition in the world after World War II, because Europe and Asia were in ruins. So we grew a tremendous sized middle class, but now it's disappearing again. You're going to have the ultra wealthy, and then the people that over leverage their life, and the people that make $250,000, the half of them that are living paycheck to paycheck, they suddenly get tossed into right down to the bottom of society. Work one job, they could work one job. They could have a spouse at home who was raising the kid. There wasn't the village to raise a child. All this shit has consequences. So now what happens to these people? Okay, you lose your job as a big-time mortgage broker. Now what do you do? I wonder if In-N-Out Burger's still hiring. What if Ethel and Frank see me at the In-N-Out? Yeah, I'm sorry, Cindy. You're a beautiful person. You're absolutely one of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure to be online with on YouTube. Your work ethic, your family orientation speaks volumes about you. But see, the beauty of us is we don't have far to fall. All right, we'll get by. I don't want to say poor, but the working people that are scrapping, they'll always be scrapping. They'll always be scrapping. I have more confidence in them than myself to get by than the guy that's thought that the big mortgage broking world was going to last forever. And now he's got to go home and tell his wife that, well, that's the end of that. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's right, Moxie. That's right, Jay. Lower, yeah, lower class. Let's just say the working class, right? We don't call it lower class. Up until the 1950s, when you started to have a really boom time. It was either working class or you were rich. The term middle class wasn't even around. Nobody talked about middle class. I mean, you were either a worker bee or you were, wealthy. And 90% of the people were worker bees. Yeah, sorry, hon, we have to sell the Land Rover. Yeah. What's a hard trip down? I think it's a harder trip when you think you've had everything and then you gotta fall down the ladder like chutes and ladders. Then us who are working sometimes 2, 3 jobs, paying the bills, not leveraging the shit out of our lifestyle. So you don't have that hard fall. But this idea of middle class it's unheard of. Yeah, speaking of, yeah, that would be beneath you. There's a Land Rover right there. Right. And a lot of these people are nice. They're charitable. They're givers, right? They're not bad people, but things change in the world. Hey, Capricorn, how you doing, babe? But tough times build character. Tough times shape stronger societies. Tough times get people in touch with why you need to save a dollar. Our Federal Reserve gutted the need to save money, and it put us on a course where shit was so cheap. Financing was so easy and so cheap that people leveraged the shit out of their lives. Why bother saving money? It's just gonna, it's not gonna have any purchasing power, really. Yeah, watch to see how people stretch a buck. Hey, honey, we gotta start using both sides of the toilet paper. Mm-mm. Yeah, the Land Rover, some of them, you might as well just drive it from the dealer lot right to the junkyard. Ooh, ooh. The build quality these days. So I imagine most everybody on this chat will get along just fine. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I think our rally could have a little more legs, up to about the 4,000 S&P level. Like I said, I've been expecting, we've had a hard go of it since January. We need to have the false dawn of inflation coming under control before the reality of deflation comes in. Jesus saves, yes. When it's all said and done. You think things on the street are bad now with people sleeping on the streets and shit? Well, it's gonna be a day where you see stadiums filled with people. Well, it is Saturday, should be a little quiet, right? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. Do 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 do. Ooh. Do 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 do. Ooh ooh ooh. So nice to see the lovely Charlotte tonight. Ooh. Roadrunner driving school. I guess they still do that. Driving school. Yeah, I remember, Moxie, when the boss and Janet and we went up on our trip in late July. to Anacortes, and we stopped at Portland and spent the night in Portland on the way back, and they were shocked because 4 years earlier, they had gone to Portland and had a wonderful time with the food truck scene and everything, and we were going around this time, and they didn't even want to, there were hardly any food trucks, and the ones that were there, they just complained they were dirty and they wouldn't eat there. So, and just how the city had changed. Yeah. And it's like, of course, to me it became attractive because I like to see, I like to be in the middle of the action and see what's going on. And but they were kind of saddened. They were excited getting to Portland because it's a beautiful city, geographically with all the bridges and things. But then once they got there, it's like really a different story. Beautiful areas, though. I think temporarily we can leave this battery pack.
Everybody got enough food and drinks and everybody's good? Okay, keep going. After a moment here.
Got some music tonight.
Janet, it's tuning time. So I'm going to take a sip of the water to the listening to tune the instruments. So, for those of you who haven't already heard this, we have a tip jar, we have live video, and social, and all the ways to do artists tonight. You can take a picture of it as right by the tip jar. And the thing is, you can always give artists money.
I should never get across this street.
There's no money involved with playing. So, you're welcome to take pictures. Also,
standing in a crosswalk and people want to run over you. Shit. Get in the sun because it's starting to cool off. Ooh. The sun's kind of in a bad location right there. Oh, I'm still hurting.
And also, there's also putting on the organizing project as well, and there's tenants union, so if you are a tenant or if you love tenants, tenants union, you give them money, and there's amazing. And now the others are here, and there's some free stuff, there are boosters, there's t-shirts and stickers, and that's it. That's all I have. Now we have some more songs.
First time I've ever seen an extra tent set up. got a good club singing voice. Hello, Cheryl. Thank you. Thank you, Moxie. Thank you, sweetie. Love you. Thank you for your kindness. Oh, well, Candy, how you doing? Sun's at a terrible location. She reminds me of Natalie Merchant, 10,000 Maniacs. Oh, there you go, Magda. That'll be a good thing, the sound of mucus. Yep.
Alright, here we go.
Good movie choice. Or find a nice Doris Day movie. Please don't eat the daisies. Yeah, David Niven, yeah. They're cheaper by the dozen with Lucille Ball and Henry Fonda. Boy, they do so many time changes. People are really digging it. Yeah, it's too dry here for mosquitoes. They're really freestyling. Kind of reminds me of Chris Isaac a little bit. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Chris Isaac's band. Yeah, I know, Jen. Only Kentucky girls are that sweet. I just ain't sweet. Yeah, if you find a sweet Kentucky girl, no shit.
Let's hang out. So it was really amazing because I went.
They breed some tough girls down there. How are you doing, by the way, Jen? Never wanna fall in love. What a mellow night, huh? Woo! Great night for a Baltimore rap. Yeah, I'm relaxing with a little outdoor entertainment. What a mellow night, huh? I cussed out some religious holding sign. That's my Jen Jen. That's my girl. My number one spookiest moderator, Jen Jen. The moderator you least want to tangle with. Never a dull moment, beauty. I got a whole summer of enjoyment ahead. My recovery's gone so fast. Yeah, thumbs up are appreciated. I mean, you don't want to tangle with Jen Jen, you know, just take, she doesn't take gratuitous shots well. She speaks her mind. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ugh. I'm just enjoying, just kicking back tonight. Yeah, they actually got a drummer tonight. Yeah, pick and choose the Bible, exactly. The Bible says you shouldn't touch the skin of a pig. What do we do in football every week, right? Yeah, pick and choose. What I call the cafeteria plan. I'll take a little column A, a little column B. That's why I don't put any. I could give a flying fuck about the Old Testament. We live in a righteous society. The righteous among us. Well, I'm gonna have to put on a sweatshirt again tonight. Woo, it's getting cold. Wow, wow, wow. Doo-doo. I can hear Jen getting all revved up, like, woo! Fire in the hole, baby. Ooh. You're mucking with the wrong gal. Yeah, it's getting cold. Anything below 70, and I'm like, dude, I can't eat too much, though. I don't want to push my sutures out. Ooh. I'll probably just have some Boca burgers on lettuce tonight. Do 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 do.
Looking for a shot in some direction.
Why nobody does covers here?
From the top, it's nothing you can stop. Lord, you know they made a fine connection. They love each other. Oh, you can see that's true.
Well, like the Beverly Hillbilly said, California is the place you ought to be. Oh. Load up your truck and move to Beverly, baby. Baby in there. Oh. I don't want to pop my belly out. Oh. Got the old St. Rose of Lima, Peru.
What to me?
Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, it's really hard for me to see. Yeah, I can't really run Prism for a while. This damn Chrome screwing up. Yeah, you know, like I say, I always am learning. You know what I'm saying? Manfred, I'm learning myself. It's caused me to really do a lot of deep study. And my first crypto trade has been it's been pretty good. Just trading a stupid little meme coin. But you never know what captures the fancy of people, you know? Right. That's the whole thing with crypto. Me and Bobby McGee. Do 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 do. Oh, ooh. Degrees. It do get cold. Ooh, 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 ooh. You know, I've noticed people with little sporty cars, they get really pissed if a van keeps up with them, you know? So I enjoy always staying real close on some of these real hot shots. It really irritates the hell out of them. Do 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 do. What's up, PC? How you doing? Somebody in a clapped out, ragged out van. Do 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 do. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Swing it. That V10. Do 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 do. How you doing, Tio? You doing okay? My 4-cylinder Fiat is plenty powerful for the. I've had no problem getting this baby up to 100 miles an hour in the desert, none at all. Ooh, 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 ooh. Cruises at 90. This thing is only 1,500 pounds. It's a tin can with an engine. It's very light. Me and Bobby McGee. Do 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 do. First order of business is get a damn sweatshirt on. Do 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 do. Yeah, I think chili would pop my belly out too much. Why are you beeping, jerk? This person put so tight to my driveway. Look at this shit. Can you imagine trying to get an RV into here? Really? Ugh. Why don't you have the RV anymore? Really? Let me check the mail. Ooh. Ow, 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 ow. Do 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 do. Okay. Shitload of mail today. Bills. That beautiful lawn. That's what I'm talking about. From seed, baby. Yeah, that's. I'm going about the time I'm going to go down PC. Hopefully we can coordinate. Because I'm going to go from LA to Palms to Slab City to Vegas. Do 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 do. Yeah, because I told Kev I was coming down. Hello, Blackbird. Alright, I'm gonna get changed real quick, guys.
How's it going, Rosie?
Good. How was your day today, Bird?
Good, I just slept.
Yeah, I got the grass cut and got everything pretty square. Ooh. Kind of goofy looking. Trying to get the side chat on here. Ooh, it's gonna be cold tonight. Phew.
Yeah.
Cold, yeah, it's cold, Joe. It's just like, ooh, it cools down so fast here. It just shocks me. Yeah, D-Dub's been in. How you doing, Brandon? Yeah, he was in last week. He's doing good. He's doing good. I'm trying to get the side chat on. Oh, hey, Baronsky. Brandon, I don't know if you remember Fearless Patriot, Tim McKenna from OG Boyd. I don't know if you remember him or not. Ooh. Oh, it's chilly here. I don't know if you remember him or not. He was real OG Boyd, Fearless Patriot. When Elvis and I went out to, when I went out to visit in 2015, we went down to Morris, Illinois. Yeah, I know, Joe. I just couldn't stand it. I had to cut the grass. I couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Nicole. Ooh. Just really nice champions. It's kind of goofy with my jersey, but it's comfortable. I have to get my gloves tonight. I'm proud, Joe, the way the front yard's doing. I think that door needs WD-40, huh? Did you see the front grass looking pretty good? Boss and Johnny came up. The boss was like, "Yeah, that's cool. It's doing good. Just keep up." I know, sure. The doctor said you could walk and do stuff. So.
I'm gonna go eat.
Okay, Bird. Be careful. Since when do I ever listen to doctors? I'm sure I'm going to catch hell because my doctor tells me what I'm doing on YouTube. Hey, Barbaran. Barban, how are you? Yeah, Rosie, why no TikToks? What does that mean? Why no TikToks? I've been putting TikToks on the, I put up a funny one today. Strip club with the woman at the protest taking off her clothes. Why Cheryl's? Oh, not everybody is on TikTok. A lot of people don't want to be. They don't enjoy TikTok. I don't blame them. You know, everybody's different. She's not saying for other people not to do it. She just doesn't do TikTok. Yeah, it's good, Joe, because for 2 years I didn't water it because of the drought. But our water situation's pretty good. Doing good in the desert? Yeah, no, she's saying don't do the things yeah. Cheryl's saying you don't follow the doctor's advice real well, Rosie. Which if you've known me for years, you know, like, I mean, I'm already, my pain is like a 3 out of 10 now. I mean, my recovery is so rapid. Ooh, yeah, geez, I shouldn't be cutting all the grass and everything, but I can't help it. Anything on that to follow? You just start going to the home and find rosie_okelly_ economics, and there I am. There's the link right there. I got 2 TikTok channels. We got my friend Nicole. Yes, it's because I'm the old war horse of Baltimore. Yeah. Yeah, big difference, Nino. It's like Nicole said, these boomers, these, and she's like, Rosie, you're the only boomer I love. I love Nicole. She's so cute. You know, these damn boomers. She always makes me laugh. She's serious as can be. She doesn't even know she's funny, you know. Yeah, I went to the store today and I wanted to see if I could do like a promotional thing with Yeah, I got a pass, right, Nicole? It's, it's cold, Elmer. It's chilly. I ain't gonna bullshit you. It's chilly. Nicole at the Tropicana, baby. Down at the Trop. And those girls were just like looking at me. They were weird and judgmental. Yeah, Angus, I'm feeling better. I still got a little bit of diarrhea, but that's okay. It's getting better. Just have to be careful not to shark. I don't want to fill up my belly and pop out too much at the front. Do 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 do. It's been a good week. You always feel so good when surgery's behind you. You always feel so damn good. Thank you, Angus. I look like a fruitcake with this jersey under this. But I do love my champion gear. Any plans for your peaches? I guess I'm going to put them under refrigeration. And then we're going to can the hell out of them. We're going to bake a peach pie. Or we're going to make a peach galette, something like that. Ooh, I got all this canning stuff. Yeah, short. Haven't heard that in years. Just be careful when you're pushing out. Shit. You guys are crazy. Great amusement. Yeah, thank you, Beauty. Thank you for coming in and being a part of it. You're always most welcome. Thank you. Yeah. Organic, because there's not. I never spray anything on them, Jerry. We'll just put about. We'll give a lot away. We'll put 30, 40 pounds under refrigeration. And we'll be good to go. Hello, AJ. No, I don't spray anything on the peaches here. Let me turn some lights on here. I ate too much last night. Just depends if I can twist my doctor's arm and get him to release me travel. I got to go in real bouncy and peppy on Wednesday. That's the trick. You got to look like a miracle baby. A miracle baby. Oh, they'll sell these for $1.99 a pound here. They'll give you a special maybe 1 week of the year, 99 cents a pound. This year I doubt you'll see them cheaper than $1.49. Something like that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. Show you, we're getting damn close to harvest. I've been pressing my fingers in on peaches for this week. This tree is so loaded. This tree is just sick with peaches. I got more supports. Look at all these damn peaches. I mean, are you shitting me? I mean, look at all these damn peaches. No, they're not dirt cheap. I mean, they stick it to everybody they can stick it to. Right? This year's crop of Valencia oranges. Look at how many props I have under here. Boards like crazy. Or else this tree would just collapse. Lemons for lemon meringue pie. Lemonade. Isn't that MR? Isn't that a lot of fruit? Some years are just super heavy. I should have really thinned them out, but this was not the year for it. I just got through a huge plum harvest. Ooh, I got apples too in the back. Then it'll be into the secondary plums, and then it'll be into the persimmons. And then the oranges. Yeah, they were really tiny, Magda, yep. I put them in really early. Oh, here's what we can have. Fish stickies. 12 of these sticks for 400 calories. Sounds good. Making malt whiskey. Yeah. Did you ever see the still? I don't want to invade Blackbird's privacy, but there it is. 4 years ago, said this is the last damn liquor run I'm ever making. I paid off the place right there. The new cherry tree's doing great out there. That's a 25-gallon still from Barlow, Kentucky. It's about what it is. But in its glory day, that paid the mortgage. No, I stopped doing it about 4 years ago. I just got burned out hauling 50-pound bags of sugar, 50-pound bags of grain. It just got to be a pain in the ass. The house was paid off. One of my big customers died. Guy used to take, 10 gallons of that. I don't know if Blackbird likes peaches or not. I'm not sure. I've always told Blackbird you're welcome to help yourself to any of the fruit, but he doesn't seem like he's too interested in fruit, so that's fine. Oh, the big barrels, it was such a lot of work. Such a lot of work. Well, I know that the vaping industry, Juul, is being banned by the FDA. Yes, I planted every tree here that you see around. So, I always like to share with people. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. Alright, that should be pretty good. We got 3 meals out of this, which is great. Well, the place came with air mattresses, but they, air mattresses only have so much life. Open that fruit stand. Yeah, smoking Juul. Yeah, Elmer, I like my fish sticks. It's a nice change of pace because, too much beef all the time, chicken. I get tired of it. I'm not a big fish person. Ooh. Do 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 do. Yeah, PC, I hope you're doing well. I'd love to go to, love to see you down in LA. You know, let's get some, let's do the chicken in the bag and drink some Korean beer. Well, I don't know, morning dove. I just do the best I can. Nice fish stickies. My mother used to say, don't you dare turn up your nose. Ooh. This gravy's cooked up real good. Yeah, there we go, morning dove. Playing golf, well, that's excellent. When are you going to pop by? When are you going to stop by? Stop by and hang out with me and Blackbird. Do 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 do. I know we're a bad influence, but what the hell? No. Last time I did any real heavy duty drinking was Christmas, and we know how that turned out. When Attila and Joel were here, holy shit. We know how that turned out. I will do my usual no warning drive-by sometime. Yeah, you got to give me a heads up so I can prepare a little bit. It's been almost 13 months since I re-quit again. All decked out for the 4th of July. I like the way we're always seasonally appropriate here. Still cold as hell inside. Wow, that's amazing, PC. That is great. Wow. That is really amazing. Good for you. You must feel like a new person. You must feel so energized. That's really wild. And we got the Angel of Glorious Flight. Doo-doo, always hanging over Kitchen Stadium. That's the only constant. That's it. Where's Bourdain when you need him? Isn't today Bourdain's birthday or something? Oh. Good night, Lisa. Thanks for coming in. We'll meet again. Don't know when. Doo doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Get these fish sticks warmed up inside. Bandy camps. Smoke those fish sticks. Do 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 do. Do it in the morning, do it in the evening. Do, 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 do. I don't even know how long I've been live. How's everything down at the Grayton tribe? PC, how's the tribe doing down there? Everybody making good money? Ooh, 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 ooh. Tribe is healthy, yes. I have to go down there. Maybe I'll run down tomorrow and do a little featurette. See how I do. It's not a bad thing to do while you're recovering. Sit there and curse the machine. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Thank you, Jerry. The days are getting shorter. Those days of wine and roses. La da dee. La da doo doo doo. Starring Jack Lemmon. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Good evening, Flan. How are you? Chilly tonight. It's probably warmer where you are than where I am. Nice light meal tonight. No, I like cocktail sauce. That's what I like. How you doing, Flan? Are the cats here? Aurora was here yesterday. Yesterday in the morning, goofing around under the apple tree. Red wine, red wine. I just have fish sticks. Red wine. Your cherry tree's doing good. I'm eating fish sticks, yep. I don't usually eat them too often, but it's a simple meal. Chili would pop out my belly too much, so. No, I don't like tartar sauce. Good night, Nino. I only like cocktail sauce. Well, it's probably been, except for McDonald's fish fillet, it's probably been 50 years since I had a fish stick. This is all good to me. Hey, Judy. Blackbird, I had to unplug to cut the grass today.
Yeah. There were a lot of weeds from the rain.
Yeah.
But now everything's gonna dry all out.
Yeah, the peaches are all ripe. If you want to help yourself to peaches, they're there.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's a double size. 400 calories. And today I had a small bowl of cornflakes, a Hershey bar, and the fish sticks, and a couple of beers. Ooh. I don't know what it is here. It's damn cold.
Oh, little spot.
No, I don't really eat sugary cereals too much. Like a sugar, like smacks or sugar pops, or don't really do them too much. I'm the kind of person that likes grape nuts and shredded wheat. Yep, head over to Rancho. Can you believe it, Jody? 60 degrees. Yep, fish sticks were a staple. Every Friday night growing up, some kind of fish shit. Honey Nut Cheerios. Yeah, 59, Joe. But you look at Honey Nut Cheerios, and you look at the list of ingredients, you'll see milled wheat, and then you'll see sugar is the number 2 ingredient. Yeah, Judy, there's not a lot to these fish sticks. Yeah, Kellogg is splitting into 3. I don't know why. Flan, it's coastal California, honey. When that sun goes down, yeah, it's high fructose corn syrup, exactly. That's why I like my Bob's Red Mill oatmeal. So I don't really do sugary. Even that box of corn flakes, I guarantee you sugar is right up there in there. I'm doing amazing with the recovery, Judy. Yep, water and high fructose corn syrup. Paul, you'll have to scroll back earlier into the chat. The office is closed for the night. Ooh. But to put it in a nutshell, excuse me, it's the Supreme Court pushing things back to the states, defederalizing government authority. Spot's waiting to eat. Some other oat cereal every day. Oh, Joe, what do you like to have for breakfast? Don't you get like a bagel or a donut once in a while? Or are you telling me that's what you eat? General Mills, that's it. Sugar, what's up, cooking? Oh, how you doing, sweetie? I'm really not much of a sugar devotee. Hey, Patricia, that's fine. Yes, Roe is, it wasn't a real person, but they have a video up from the woman saying that it was the worst mistake she ever made in her life. What's really been weird is how windy it's been this summer. They're also talking about in Las Vegas, asking people, does it seem like it's windier than usual in Las Vegas? And the answer is yeah, it does. And it is. For sure. Two cop cars. Yeah, bacon peach pie. Or a good nice peach galette. Do. I've made a lot of peach pies over the years. I just have to keep these under refrigeration. There's a lot of damn peaches there, and I got to give a lot of them away. That's probably 200, 250 pounds of peaches. This is a very productive rancho here. Only if I get up early for a car show, then I usually stop, get donut and coffee. Yeah, that makes sense. So what you're saying, Joe, is you'll have a half a cup of Honey Nut Cheerios, and you'll have a half a cup of some oat thing. Kind of wrecked tonight. Woo! Yeah, crazy stuff going on. Yeah, peach pie is good, Jerry. And if you have your peaches ripe enough, you don't have to add any extra sugar. You put a little bit of cornstarch in to thicken a little bit. Yeah, Rancho San. Just a blow, and it's been terrible. Yeah, I'm less tired tonight, but I'm pretty tired right now. I get up in the morning, Nicole, I'm feeling energetic. I cut the whole rancho, the grass and stuff, and then 4 o'clock, I'm like, oh man, what do I got? Diarrhea. I wonder if I got COVID. And then, I hang out with you guys. I'm feeling better. I have a beer. Hate peeling and things to make the jam. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot, Flan. I don't think so, Paul. I don't think there's alien civilization, no. I'm like, why doesn't somebody just come down in the middle of Times Square and just land there? So, why is it always the blurry picture and the weird shit? It's like Bigfoot. It's never a clear picture. Oh, Quaker Oat Squares. Okay. I like Bob's Red Mill Oatmeal, Steel Cut Oats, winner of the Golden Spurtle Award. Yeah, I got the little Bob going on. That's right, Green. I used your rub the other night on some steak. They were delicious. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like you filmed it on a potato, right? Live streaming on a potato. See, Nicole pays attention. She's waiting to meet up in Vegas. Like I'm down to on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm like a 3. Mornings are a little rough, but I'm not on any pain medic. I'm not on Tylenol. I'm not on anything. Well, thank you, Paul. Keep on rocking in the free world. You make me want to listen to Neil Young, which I think was the best song he ever did. Keep on rocking in the free world. Oh, keep on. Nicole, got to keep you under control, honey. You're just a wild child. Yeah, they're shaking those breasts. What's your favorite U.S. quarter design? By far is the Standing Liberty quarter by McNeil. Absolutely my favorite. Beautiful. Just a spectacular design. That's my favorite by A.W. McNeil, I think was the engraver of that. How about yours, Matthew? Just Incredible just disappeared off the scene. When will silver hit $100 an ounce? It'll happen. It'll happen. It's not going down, and that's despite a very strong U.S. dollar. That's the first indication. When something that should knock the hell out of something doesn't, there's your first indication. Because when that pressure comes off, that baby's gonna fly like an eagle under the sea. Do do do. The markets tell you what they want to do. I want to fly like the eagle. Ooh, 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 ooh. Man, the temperature just plunged tonight. This is like a October night. Ooh, 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 ooh. Standing Liberty Quarter. Depends if I'm going to be in town or not. Depends what my doctor does next week. Flan, it just depends. I got to go in really bouncy and you know, because he told me 2 weeks you can't do shit. So I'm hoping to shrink that by about a week. So I got to go in really bouncy, looking really cute. Ooh. Thinking about River Cats game close to the 4th. How you doing, boss? Oh man, Cheryl, why would you say lie? Why would you say lie? If I'm feeling good, would it be a lie? Right? Yesterday when the boss came, I was feeling a little rugged, but I'm feeling good. You know, if I get cleared next Wednesday, I'm on the road. All right. Old Miss Rebels, what about him? Matthew, you never answered my question. What's your favorite quarter design? I know I need to be really perky. Horde of mosquitoes. Yeah, we don't get mosquitoes here. It's too dry. Well, Blackbird, why don't you start by stopping by the Rancho and just hanging out with us? Right? Took it easy during recovery. Yeah, but Cheryl, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gone out of my nut here. I don't like to sit around. I've been working, but damn, I need to be out. I need to be bringing some content. Reviews. Hey Michael, how are you? I need to be doing food reviews, bringing you more stories. If I'm around, boss. I hope I'm not. Yeah, wear your sexiest outfit. My tight tank top. Hi. My doctor's impervious to that shit. My doctor's all business. Right. I say the River Cats game was damn fun though. That was good. What a good value. You get a drink and a hot dog there. Well, if I'm not here, her birthday's the 2nd, I got her covered. Yeah, show your Bob. I'm hoping what I ordered comes, because I got to turn the rat around and pop in the mail. Katachi National Forest for Louisiana. Lucky I got a nicely detailed wild turkey. I think the somebody said the 1976 quarter was pretty cool. You know, I really like the $20 gold piece. Augustus St. Gaudens design on that is spectacular. The design on the Walking Liberty $50 is spectacular. A.W. Wideman. is beautiful. Franklin half dollar is ugly. Right. We've never had an attractive half dollar, so. Oh, Louisiana is amazing. When I went across country, 7,613 miles with Missy Jen in 17 days, Louisiana is the state I wanted to most return to and check out. I always tell the truth, Green. I mean, I don't lie. Yeah, JFK one was pretty hot. I thought the Indian Head Penny was pretty good looking too. Yeah, the Walking Liberty was beautiful coin. Beautiful. A.W. Wyman. With the Augustus St. Gaudens, the $20 gold piece. Wow. That's world class. Ooh, 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 ooh. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it's solid gold. It's .9 fine. You have to have some copper in it because otherwise gold is too soft. Yeah, nice weather at the stadium. But if I get the clearance, boss, I'm out. Gotta be honest with you. You'll be out fishing next Wednesday anyway. You... Dude. Oh, yeah. They were lighting off some big shit around here last night. Concentrating goes the eighth wonder of the world. Yeah, well, it's just too soft unless you put copper in. Need to get you in an official River Cats jersey, really? Yeah, just made me a little nutty, the prices in there. I like some of the stuff, but I'm a little picky when it comes to jerseys. Do. I know Bobby had a good time at the game. Yeah, they'll usually put copper in with silver or gold to make it a little more durable. Gumbo or jambalaya? I guess jambalaya. I like the rice. Picky, frugal. Well, you know, Cheryl, you know how much they charge for official Majestic sports gear, like my Orioles jersey and stuff. Yeah, $150 for a shirt. I can't afford that. There's no way. There's no way. Too much. Baseball is chaos. I enjoy baseball. There's nothing like the sound of a solid bat on ball, and that thing's gone deep into center field. He has spent thousands over the years for the kid. Yeah, I mean, you want good gear, you're paying a lot of money. You're paying a lot of tribute to the team. 30. Yeah, well, you can get some good gear. You can get some good gear used. The River Cats did not impress me too much last game. The pitching is a little sketchy for the River Cats. Ooh. And they were playing the Tacoma team. Ooh. Guess who they're playing tonight? Don't tell me they're playing Tacoma again. Ooh. Good night, June. Good night, sweetie. Fighting strap and all, matching hat. Yeah, I mean it's not cheap. Majestic gear is like super duper expensive. I got an Orioles jersey that's real authentic shit. It was like $150. Just my boobs. El Paso Chihuahuas. That's really cool, the El Paso Chihuahuas. Out in the West Texas town of El Paso, I saw a baseball team. The Chihuahuas came to play. Wow, that's pretty wild. Goldsmith for a few years. Well, I'm saying the mint for durability, they would put copper into silver. So if you have a silver quarter, it's 72% pure silver, and it's 32% copper or something. So, ooh, fat gold ring. It's a good vibe. I'm doing good, James. How you doing? Yeah, 90% silver and 10% copper. 0.95. $365. Jambalaya. Yeah, the Orioles are doing a little better. I mean, they're in last place, but they're creeping up on 500 ball. Ooh, hello, VM. For as small a payroll as they have. Those days of wine and roses. Very different story. Same with 10K, 14, 18, and 24 karat. Ooh, 22K. Do 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 do. The El Paso Chihuahuas. What a great name for a team. It's all right, Lawana. You've already been eliminated out of here. Keeping it real. Yeah, I'm half and half, Steve. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? Family jambalaya recipe. Yep, you hit the nail on the head, Steve. I like a good jambalaya. Do 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 do. New Orleans baby cakes. There really was such a team, huh? I thought the Chihuahuas is pretty funny. Do 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 do. So Matthew, what do you think of the 1917 to 1932, 1931 Standing Liberty quarters? What do you think about them? Ooh, hey Dave, how you doing? I think it's really cool with the shield. It's the same shame that the design wasn't infused more, so the date would wear off the pedestal. Ooh. The days are getting shorter, my friends. The days are getting shorter. Full-blooded Cajun, that's nice. Got a depth to the, I just like the way it's really great looking. I just wish they infused it a little deeper. Yeah, Walking Liberty. So, finance and family, maybe leave the business and go to work for the phone company, Bell Canada, yeah. Hey, Kitty. He's gone next Wednesday, Dave. While I'm at the doctor. Faking it. Well, I'm doing great. You think I could get clear a week earlier? Because I'm starting work on Monday. 2 jobs. Did a 10-hour job in really hot heat. I feel for you, honey. So I got to go in bright, bouncy, bobbing and weaving. Oh, bacon for luncheon tomorrow. What are you baking? I love to. I haven't baked in a little. Well, I baked a. I want to make some Jewish rye bread. I want to make a peach pie. I made the coconut layer cake for Easter in the barbecue grill. That turned out amazingly well. Any opinions on the late great Graham Parsons? I do not. No. Chess pie is wonderful. We called that a Jeff Davis pie, Jefferson Davis pie. Delicious. Ooh. Yeah, I don't have the dark rye for that, Chimay. I love pumpernickel, but I don't have the right flour, and I want to use this pickle juice. I'll look at the recipe for pumpernickel though. I like a really, really dark bread. That's why I love pumpernickel. I think Joey D has given me pumpernickel a few times, I believe. She's delicious. Ooh, it's something it's something in the West people just don't even know. People in the West don't even know pumpernickel bread. Well, that's what I've always said, MR. It perfectly maintains purchasing power. Ooh. 2 silver dimes in time. Always depend on precious metals to maintain your purchasing power. Ooh. As soon as this dollar turns down, it'll be like the wind beneath your wings. Yeah, you need molasses? Yeah, I got that. Do 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 do. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'll check out the recipe. Cooking, if you got a recipe, send it to my Gmail. I can make it like new@gmail.com. Because you're a hell of a lot more accomplished than I am, so. Do do do. Do 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 do. Ooh ooh ooh. Oh, yeah, there's my Gmail. If you got a good recipe, send it. I've always dreamed of making a good pumpernickel bread, but I've been very happy with the, yeah, it is kind of sweeter, Dave, and it's in a class by itself. And out west, it's like pumpernickel's virtually unknown. Chicken, it's awesome. Yeah, I got plenty of pickle juice, but I really like caraway seeded Jewish rye is excellent. And I always use pickle juice for that. It makes a really deep, wonderful deli type flavor, which is great. Ooh, ooh, do 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 do. Ooh. All right, guys, I'm getting kind of fatigued. It's about 9:15. I think I've been live for, I think about 4 hours. I don't know exactly how long I've been live, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. Let's see. Yeah, I've been over. Yeah, just about 4 hours. So I'm gonna go ahead and close it down tonight. I need to get plenty of rest. So. Thank you. Green, if you got a good recipe, send it to me. I appreciate all the stuff you ever share with me. It is very appreciated. Amanda, good luck with your luncheon tomorrow. Caraway seed is excellent. To my wonderful moderators, thank you. Everybody for making a good night. Dave, good to see you tonight. Do not go gently into that good night. And good night, Joey D. Thank you. And thank you, Angus. Everybody else, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night, Magda. It's a real honor to have you in this chat here. And, you know, I value all opinions here. From the most left to the most right, everybody gets a voice here. And I appreciate yours. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. Charlotte, great to see you tonight. And have a great one, guys. Do 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 do.